Okay. So I have a little bit of a plan. Or at least, I have a little bit of a plan when it comes to this and making sure that I can get a couple things done this stream. Oh, come on. I literally... There we go. Okay. Like, it should have just happened. Yeah, it was the conversation with the inner... with the other... Hinako. And I currently have the unpurified katana. Thank you. Hate that thing. Perfect way to start this. There's the doll. I attacked too early. Okay. Plan being, I get the ending that I'm on the path for. I explain something that's very interesting, and then I run through the game again while prepping the setup for the two other endings. Because I have too many healing items. Because currently, I know the path that I'm on, and it is not the path that I thought it was. And the reason why it's not what I thought it was is making me a lot more curious as to why it's one way and not the other. I don't want to draw one. I do want to have more though. Ooh, that's the max. Okay. Which is also going to be a reason why I end up going over a couple of the notes at the start of the next run. Stars health after defeating an enemy. No wait, said I was already the owl. Forming a counter without using focus increases damage inflicted. I like that. Line of sight, perfect dodges become easier to perform. Deal a powerful counter. This counter really reduces stamina. I already have that. It's a weapon with high durability. Effective only for weapons with durability. Which means only for this half of Hinako. The stamina consumed by using heavy. No, I think this is fine. The Omamori are like really fascinating. Like they end up changing the game a lot more than I thought they initially would have. It's all scribbled over. They initially would have thought.
してこんなことに。
よっ、ひなこちゃんのお帰りだ。
ひなこ、遅かったな。今から始めるところだったぞ。誰のなんだと。
よっ、カンちゃん、日本一。
それではご一同様、包丁のさえをどうぞご覧ください。よー。なんだその言い草は。
That's a really smooth transition.
仕方がないよ。それが女の役目なの。
Any candy?
いい加減諦めなさい。
I want to see if I can take out the mother first. Because I didn't do that last time.
ちょっとこっちに来なさい。どうしてひなこはそうなの。
There's a hole in her back. She goes down a lot faster than me. Don't act like you can't. This screen has a hitbox. Okay, yeah. So getting rid of her does nothing, so I should just focus on the father. It just makes the fight quote-unquote easier.
仕方がないよ。それが女の役目なの。
お父さん、お母さん。
どうしてひな子はそうなの。
Something about getting hit. I'm focusing way too much on trying to get the dodges. I'm treating this way too much as an action game now. I say before still doing this. That is better. That hit me right in the side. Oh, that went a lot cleaner. tension headache.
これを飲みなさい。少し楽になるはずだ。
Now that I'm getting closer to the ending, I'm wondering what else will change.
私は一体
まだ体が馴染まないのだろう。よくここまでこらえてくれた。
これでは皆様に愛想をつかされてしまうでしょうか。
そんなことは私が許しはしない。少し血色が良くなった。君の体にも合うようだ。
これは
先祖の霊に備えた米と水を混ぜ合わせてこしたものだ。神聖な力が宿っている。
She... The context of this older man giving her sake and not explaining that it's
あ
alcohol.
りがとうございます。
そうか、気をつけて。行こう。君のために用意した一番大切なものがある。
はい。
The room in Hinako's house being under where this place is. The rip on her arm, the rip on her back. Right, this one. That's why there's so many slots, because it can change depending on what the riddle is. In this one, she is. So welcome, Effie. Which one was it? Scroll of Pity. Rejoice, for you are saved from that world of
恵比寿
hell.
ヶ丘。私の町。
Could mean that this unit goes closer to the surface. Cool. Alright. Did the Soul Siphon have a hitbox?
死ね。
I'm wondering if there's any new notes that I didn't have before. Shriveled Abra Age. That dodge giving me to counter means that I get 2 opportunities in the event that I miss the initial. It does have a hitbox. It almost feels weird. How do I break this seal? It almost feels weird to admit that, like, I'm really enjoying the combat a lot.
黒いスズメ。
Was this note always here? Shortly after I became their mate, there was talk of an arranged marriage for the young heir to a noblewoman. This led to the heir unceremoniously ending all his scandalous relationships with women, including one with a young housemaid named Sachi. Sachi came from a family of poor farmers, but her beauty shone brighter than the sun, something that caught the young heir's eye. By the time his marriage was being arranged, she already had a life growing inside her, and the two had made vows to run away and start a new life together. And yet the young heir cruelly and wantonly cast her aside. Likely he simply did not want his prospect of marriage to be ruined. So the Senekis kicked Sachi out and drove her to some far-off place where they could forget her existence, despite the peace of the family she carried with her. People say that she was fighting back tears so hard that the blood began to trickle from her eyes. Sachi. Sachi. Sachi and a bastard child. Rejoice, for you're free of your ignorant, uncultured parents.
不教養かもしれないけれど。
Maybe uncultured, but still.
けれど。 げは終わりましたでしょうか。
The Senekis are the most notable family in this area and are known for their wealth. For generations, each head of the family has possessed the talent for business, an acumen they have utilized during the times of social unrest to amass large fortune. However, given that a great many suffered while they grew rich, their actions have often drawn envious eyes. When I first entered into the service of the Senekis, my grandmother shared one of the many rumors that swirled around the family. Each time the world falls to pieces, the Senekis' treasury only grows stronger. The Senekis are happily waiting for misfortune to strike so they can line their pockets. So a family of opportunists. One person's bad day is another person's good day. Kutsu that I can't use. It just might be worth using, like... One person's misfortune is another person's good fortune. Wrong. I feel like, oh, why is this one weird? Whatever. I'll take one then. Because I need to stock up on healing anyway. Two are looking directly across to this way. Also wrong. Oh, you're like stuck pathing until you get there. That was a second off. That was not the one I was supposed to hit. I like that a lot. Okay. So neither of the ones here. Neither of the ones on the sides. Right, I'm gonna have to fight. They should still be on the other side of the wall. Or not. Oh, they find a way around. Like, I'm way more reactive than I was before. And it gives me a reason to use Kutsu. Oh, there's still other enemies. Welcome, D. Oh, yeah, these just completely wrap back around. Wait, then where's the other one? Oh, this is the only one that's completely trapped. Let the hop on your stream. Thank you for stopping by. Even though I kind of wish it might have been a little bit more of a... I'll say uplifting game. Wait, Sparrow. Silent Hill F has been incredibly good. There's still one more that I'm missing. But then there's also still another... There should be another note in here. The white bird flies free from her cage. Her shadow follows close behind her. The fox raises a lantern as he watches him fly away. There's nothing he can do now. The white bird flies free from her cage. Her shadow follows close behind her. One that is free from her cage. The fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. There's nothing he can do now. I personally play the game, but I've watched a few friends stream it. I really like it. I really, really, really like it. That's why I'm going back through it multiple times for the other endings. Prove your intent with the cross 3. Show what lies deep within your heart. Okay, but I'm still missing one. Scroll of Pity. Rejoice, for you can dispose of the vulgar name Shimizu Hinako.
清水の名字もひなこって名前も卑しくなんかない。
That's resistance. Still missing one more emblem to use. I just do not know where I need to go or which room. Where is it? You wouldn't let me do this if there wasn't one for me to pull out. Got it. Rejoice, smile, serve, obey, for every last drop of blood shall be sacrificed.
私はどうしてここに。
is. She's pushing back. Keep this one. Wait, then how's the convert? Ooh, okay, that's the big thing that I actually want to figure out then. So that's not meant to represent her mom. That's meant to be her sister. Almost. Gross. That's why it just spawns more of those dolls, the ones with the legs like that. Did someone sever both of its legs and replace it with such disturbing things so it couldn't go anywhere? Or was this creature brought into existence just so it could end up like this?
Junko さん、
お取り込み中ごめんなさい。ひなことほんの少しだけ話がしたい
So
のだ
how
けれど
do you fit into this then?
よろしいかしら。
では
お姉ちゃんまだ生きてるのね。しっかりなさい。しっかりって未練は拙速では立てない。そう思い時間を与えたけれど、生きていてもいいなんて考えてないわよね。そんな甘えは許さない。殺せ。必ず。いいえ。お時間をありがとうございます。それではこれにて。
The version of her sister inside of her
姉妹で語り合えたかね。
when telling her to be a good wife,
はい。
to be a good woman.
それでは行こうか。
あなた様のお印ですね。
I'm like making desperately sure that I don't miss any more notes. Or miss as few as possible. Okay. The white bird flies free from her cage, so it can't be in a cage, or it's at least flying away. Her shadow follows close behind her. The fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. There's nothing he can do now. Flies free from her cage, her shadow follows soon behind her. If the shadow has to follow behind her, it has to be in some place where The black one can at least follow in its direction. Would it? Also, I believe the puzzle difficulties are on story. Yeah, the puzzle difficulty should be on story. I'll probably put that at the highest when I go for the true ending. The white bird flies free from her cage. Her shadow follows close behind her. So it doesn't need to be following the exact direction, but they need to be close together. The fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. I think it has to be in this section. Because there's only a few places. Free from her cage. So I'm assuming that means I can't put them. I can't put her in the lantern. Flies free. Her shadow is soon behind her. No. In terms of close proximity, it would be these two. Free of her cage. Her shadow close behind her. The fox watches as there's nothing he can do. They're going in opposite directions, but I can't ever have them going in the same direction. I might be getting tunnel vision on like this part. The white bird flies free from her cage. Her shadow follows close behind her. The fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. The fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. This is this one, the fox that is sitting. This one is holding it out. These two are carrying it. He is not raising a lantern. That is the only lantern being raised. Close behind her. The white bird free from her cage. The fox watches as he raises a lantern. The one that's messing me up about this is the fact that there's just so many options. Or... because this one's taking the other one's lantern. Or, because if it is this section, then the fox won't do anything. He's just sitting and watching. here. The shadow follows close behind her. So where could I put it so that the shadow would follow close behind? Free of her cage. Because I can only interpret the lanterns as being part of the cage. Either that, or you go here. This one is dangerous. Only assume that that's leaving. It's so vague. The fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. There is nothing he can do now. The fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. These two are actively turned away. They're walking away. The rest are going with the procession. That makes me think... That makes me think it's these two. The free of her cage makes me think that it implies that it can't be either of these. It can't be either of the lanterns. Fox raises the lantern as he watches them fly away. The white bird flies free from her cage. So the only two that I need to figure out are the fox who raises his lantern and the white bird. The fox raises his lantern as he watches them fly away. Yep. He was the only one raising a lantern, and he was the only one watching the two walking in their direction. Hate this. I'd really prefer not to have your gift.
Sa, kimi mo. Dewa, 始めようか。
はい。
ついてきてくれ
一緒だからここまで来られました。
た。もうわずかの辛抱だ。
はい、最後まで。
Interesting. Because you can just skip this. Skipping progress will not affect the story. Achievements tied to action difficulty will not be obtained if skipped. I'm allowed to skip this part. I'm allowed to skip the part after... Interesting. That's the only time that the game has said, like, hey, you can skip this. So that means nothing must have changed. She has the katana in the cutscene. Even though she had the pipe before. Right, that also means I brought this here. Either way, this was the big main part. Because there's not even that much that I have to do here. That's at least nice, because that cuts down... Because that means it at least cuts down on what I need to do for a replay. I have to stick with the iconic weapon. I'm not getting rid of my iconic weaponry. I'll use the axe to deal with whatever small enemies that I run into, but I do feel confident enough where I can take on the main. Got way too close to the fire. It's starting in about a minute. So, okay. Because the room in Hinako's house was under here. This is closer to the surface. The front of her mind. Closer to reality. one just for the other one that grabbed me. I got nervous. Come on. Oh, the katana's clean. There's a counter window there. Interesting. Okay. Toolcat. I don't want to waste necessarily all my items, but I do want to at least use like some of them because I have so many Inari sushi. I also have a bunch of yokons too. I'll put that there since I'm not using Nikutsu. That means, oh, I'm like way, I have a bunch of ammo that I'm just not using. Well, it's not like I can use them necessarily immediately. Okay. 1, 2. I am 400. I am 100 off. I can... Wait. For some reason I thought the Yokon were like 80. So if I do this... Because then I can use 1 Hagashi for like the next fight, and then I should be fine. Let me save. Okay. I'm realizing... Sakuko wasn't beaten. She was only dismissed. I love this doll. She has a great sense of humor. Making sure that there's no other notes around here. I was debating on if I should do the next New Game Plus. Oh yeah, I'll do next New Game Plus with like story mode difficulty for action combat just to see. But like, I have a feeling that once I lower it, it's not gonna be as fun. Because I'm actually really enjoying the combat now. And then I can put it all on the hardest difficulty when going for the cheer ending. So how does this scene play out? Because I have the unpurified sword.
なんてしぶとい。そんなにもあなたには未練があるの？
私であって何が悪いの？私はまだ、いえ、いつまでも私でいたいのに。
あなたの気持ちもわかる。不安よね。怖いわよね。でもそれは乗り越えられるものなのよ。乗
り越えるかどうかは私が決めること。誰にも勝手に決めさせたくない。
もう遅すぎるの。あまりに遅すぎる。これは
遅いも早いもない。決断した。それが大事。お前殺したはずなのに今さら私を惑わせるな。もう遅い。遅いも早いもない。これは決断。清水日奈子の決断なの。決断は私がした。私が求めるものは新しい生。お前は消えろ。決断は私がした。お前が消えろ。清水日奈子に戻れ。
That's her brain. Huh?
花嫁にはふさわしくないわいら。
あなたは一体何者なの？
その言葉はそのまま返そう。君こそ何者だ。ひな子に何がついた。
Fuck you.
どうやってこの聖域に入り込んだ。正体を見せろ。
ひなこ信じてたぜ相棒。お前なら絶対に示せると思ってた。自分の本当の気持ちをな。汚れめ、どこから入り込んだ。ひなこ、逃げるぞ。
あなたは何者なの？
Insane. Shichibi. This is a completely new pattern that I feel right now. What the fuck?
幸せにするためにあらゆる努力をした。人の世を
The
学び、
women you
作法を学び、
discarded.
学問を学び、すべてを収めた。家も名声もすべてを揃えた。
Don't act like you did this for me, you selfish prick.
なぜこの思いが伝わらんのだ。
Its tail, it's on a hitbox. Too far for the counter. pattern's actually a little hard. Just a little off with the timing. Back grabbing him dead. Again.
望みはあった何なりと言うが
私が欲しいもの、望むものはあなたと同じです。
それは何だ教えてくれ。
私の望むもの、それは自分の性を自分の翼で羽ばたく、そしてその行く末を自ら選ぶことです。
それはどういうなぜだ、なぜその思いが伝わらんのだ。
The fox is losing more and more of its red. Like it's turning more and more back to that normal fox. At least visually. Yeah, no, not a good fox. Hi, Jackie! Ambush. 2, 3. Tired of self-righteous bullshit.
私に恋し、私をめとるために人生を激しく生きた。私も自らの人生をあなたのように激しく生きたいのです。
女は男の求愛を受けること何よりの幸福ではないのか。
私の幸福は私が決めます。他の誰かに与えられるものじゃない。
He fell.
羽ばたかずということか。
あなたの求愛を受けたら羽ばたく喜びも辛さも知ることができないんです。
羽ばたいてみせるがいい。私なる軽々と飛び越えてみせろ。
He fell for all the exact same things that was expected of Hinako. In a way, he's also a victim of these societal expectations, but that doesn't justify his actions. It just makes him a fool.
...お前と宇宙戦争ごっこで遊んだことを思い出した。だからお前は俺とヒナコの戦友だ。
早く行くといい。私が宇宙人の役になって君を食べてしまうこともできるのだからね。
また会おう、戦友。
She was too kind for his own good.
男なら引き際も大事か。
Yeah, it's not exactly like a high school girl would be trained in how to use a katana. That was really nice. Listen, I need to practice on my own pronunciation. This entire game is set in 1960s Japan. Like, I'm not gonna say katana. She was such a good guy. Not just a good guy, she's a good man. So, that's the good ending. I'll wait until this plays through. Because there's still a part that I kind of have to... Not necessarily that I have to explain, but it would help. I love this track. She was such a good man. That's also just such a nice resolution. Her school uniform is fixed.
ありがとう。シュウが助けてくれなかったら、私は自分の勇気を保てなかった。
逆だろ。お前が自分の勇気を出したからこそ、俺はお前を助けようと思ったんだぜ。
その勇気を持つのに時間をかけすぎて大勢に迷惑をかけた。
Come on.
そのためにお前が自分の人生を諦めなくちゃならないってのは俺はおかしいと思うぜ。
ありがとう相棒。それにしてもお前ネクタイ似合わないな。
うるせえ、お前だってそれ似合ってる。
うっせえ。
But the fog still lingers. But none of that solves the problem of the... There's still an underlying poison that's still not being solved, though. Shu is such a good man. Okay. A hell of your own choosing. Nothing matters now. So. Interesting. It's changed. But the spider lilies still remain. And it's still foggy. It's just brighter. So. This is the main thing that's very interesting. It's my first time seeing anything of this game. Well, that was the quote-unquote good ending. Oh. I thought I had to... Oh, no, I would just need 2. Okay, so. That slightly changes what my plan was. So, this is the normal ending. Drown in a bottomless pit of self-doubt. Then there is a bad ending. The bad ending has 2 of the same requirements, or 1 of the same requirements, as the good ending. The main difference is that you either purify the sacred sword and obtain the Agara no Hote-sama, which is something that you could only do during a later segment, which I went straight past. But then it is also either don't, but then there's also the requirement of either don't obtain it too. But you still need to go out of your way to find that. But you also still need to go out of your way to obtain the sacred sword. Like, that's such an interesting conditional. Because it means that there's a very big story significance to the sacred sword, and it being purified, like Sakuko recommended, leads to a bad outcome. Then there's the UFO ending, which has its own requirements that you have to do in a specific order. But then there's the true ending. Interesting. So, I've completed 2 full endings. I've completed a normal ending and I've gotten the good ending. I still need to not take the red capsules. Then I still need to take the unpurified sword. But then I still need to purify it. But I do not take the Agara no Hote-sama. But I do offer the brooch instead. So most of the steps are the same. But there is a very key divergence point. And I think I know how to purify the sword. Because I did look up something, because I was trying to figure this out. I find it so interesting. Because the thing that I wanted to go over was that I found it so interesting that the bad ending, because this is the normal ending, which you can't, it's the only ending that you can get on your first time through. But the bad ending requires one of the same requirements. No, because it's a willful choice. But then the good ending requires you to also claim the sword. Because the sword is optional in this, but you have to go out of your way for something. Okay, I think I get it. This is you going out of your way. This is you going out of your way as Shimizu. But this is you going out of your way for Hinako. Because the Agara no Hote-sama is only something that you can get during a Hinako chapter. And you have to deliberately go out of your way for it. Whereas you can still get the unpurified sword for Shimizu. But if you do get it and you purify it, that has the same impact as not obtaining it. Counteracting the selfish thing that Shimizu would have done for herself. But then I still have to not take the red capsules. I still have to get the purified sword. And then I have to offer the brooch. Does that mean I still need to do the side things? I'm going for it. Stronger enemies and less resources for players looking for tense combat. Plus, will be more difficult for players looking at a serious challenge. I was expecting... Okay. Because... Let me clarify. When it said complete 2 different full endings, I thought that meant that you have to get both the good ending and the bad ending. But if it means that you only need to get 2, that means that you only need to get one other ending. It either being the bad ending, the good ending, or the UFO ending. And then you can get the true ending. Interesting. Alright. Going for the true ending, I guess. And I'll do that on Lost in Fog, because I thought that I was going to save that for a 3rd run.
ねえねえ、知ってる？女の人はお嫁さんになるのが仕事なんだって。
仕事じゃないよ。ひな子はお嫁さんになりたくないの？
でもお父さんに言われるとなりたくなくなる。
宿題と同じだね。
やれって言われるとやる気なくす。
お待たせ。
お姉ちゃん。
何かいいことでもあった？
ううん、昔を思い出してた。お姉ちゃんって小さい頃からずっとお姉ちゃんだったんだなって。
ひな子、私ね。
これお姉ちゃんにあげる。
綺麗だわ。ありがとう。
It's not only to work on my Japanese, too. I actually ended up opening my modern Japanese history book for this. Textbook. Not even technically a textbook. For once, something that I actually studied actually turns out to be useful. What's the mountain path?
どこ行く？話はまだ終わってないぞ、ひなこ。
それにしてもあのひな子がね。
あいつは本当に高校娘だ。何しろおかげで借金は全て返せる。二度と金に困らずに済むぞ。
お父さんやめてくださいよ。ひな子に聞こえますよ。
One person's misfortune is another one's good fortune. I keep thinking back to that note that Sakuko said. According to another legend, once upon a time, a water dragon that resided here spewed poison so people would not approach. Then Inari-sama subdued the dragon and made the land hospitable again. This area also has a surprising number of onsen. There is research suggesting that the tale of the water dragon could in fact be referring to an incident where onsen water containing noxious gas spouted out the ground like a geyser. I feel this theory is the most likely. From the findings of a recent town hall investigation, it was observed that the mountains to the north and south of Ebisugoka have a very brittle surface. The town hall declared that a landslide could occur at any given time, but the residents argued back, saying that in the last several hundred years there has been no record of such a disaster. Sakuko says that the divine protection of Inari-sama is actually what's protecting Ebisugoka. I also remember her telling me with a straight face that when the residents no longer believe in Inari-sama, Ebisugoka will return once again to an uninhabitable land. Interesting. A large fox monster, ferocious and agile. On top of all that, he can summon his underlings to the fray. His beautiful coat, however, is covered with putrid festers. The 7 lavish tails symbolize his youth and divinity. Okay. I'm trying to so there has to just be a few more notes that I'm missing. So Inari-sama is not innocent in this at all. But he was just as misguided by societal expectations as is being forced upon Hinako. His good fortune, everything that he essentially did since Hinako helped him when she was younger,
いつもお姉ちゃんと眺めてた景色。お姉ちゃんが恋しい。
all that fed into where she is now. Her sister being spirited away. Her father accruing a debt. That debt being able to be paid off so long as she is sold into that marriage with Fox Mask, which is what he wanted. She was robbed of her choice long, long before any of this started. Hang on. Wait, but it recognizes... What about my Omamori? Yeah, it's level 4. Oh, I guess that's just the max that I could have gotten for that playthrough. Because if I save here, then I should have... Yep, alright. So I don't need to worry about that. A woman is only complete when she's loved. Featuring the latest fashion of young women so pure they even make flowers blush. So, yeah. During this time, at least like the 1960s, it would have been about the time when a bunch of people were moving into cities.
お稲荷様だ。あちこちに祀られてる。
He was simply trying to replicate what he had seen as a child. I also need to pick up literally as much healing as I can. Ooh, I got nothing. Alright. So, I'm trying to think. There is no doll here. Interesting. Isn't that cute? He always told me, play house like a good girl should. This is from Sakako, but it's too cute for me. Huh? Woman's Magazine. My father isn't fond of seeing these around. But yeah, this is during like a very... How do I describe this? Because this time period is a very interesting point in Japanese history. Because it's effectively in the middle of the great post-war miracle, which means that it's typically a lot of hard work. A lot of hard work and a lot of effort, typically, to increase GDP growth, which also meant that a lot of men were typically working much more industrial jobs. This was an age of very, very, very rapid change in Japan. That's why one of the very core themes is the bouncing back and forth between tradition and modernity. Because a lot of the cities were still not necessarily being rebuilt, but they bounced back a lot faster than you would expect, especially considering all the bombs. But it was still a time of great change. Oh, all of them are here. It was a time of great economic and traditional change, as in the ways that people were like thinking and operating. And usually after times of strife, that's typically when people end up reverting to, I don't want to say reverting, as much as they tend to cling on to certain traditions a lot more because it gives them a greater sense of stability. It makes them believe things are more stable than they actually are.
運転手さんいませんか？他の道を探そう。この先に抜け道があったはず。
It also meant that there was a lot of people who were typically saving up a lot of their funds in the home too.
何でも聞いた話じゃ狐つきじゃないかって。お稲荷様に呪われた家なんかによく行けるわよね。噂をすればなんとやらだよ。
That is also different. That is different from the base game and new game. That is a new game plus change. Are you gonna clear up what you mean by traitor?
裏切り者。
サクコ。
どこ行くの？こっち通るの珍しいね。
車が道を塞いでてさ。
千鶴や？
今は誰かと喋りたくて。
私も後から行くね。
うん。じゃあね。
裏切り者。
So I've also been thinking about Sakako too. Especially after figuring out that or at least after reading that part about her being autistic. Because I was trying to figure out why would that be important, or why would that factor inside Hinako's own head.
どこ行ったんだろう。
But then I thought about how it connected to God, what did I forget? I was thinking of how that connected to Rinko. And that also connects into gender expression and societal expectations. Because hey, it's not very ladylike to be overtly rude and kind of like badmouth people in front of them. But you're not exactly as, I don't want to say restricted, but you're not as, how do I say, you're less likely to kind of be forced into following societal expectations if you don't necessarily fully understand them. in a sense that Sakuko's important because she's not going to sugarcoat certain things. Like, she's the one who's more blunt, both to her own detriment, but also to Hinako's benefit. That's why it's significant that she's the first one that kind of gets, well, what happens next. Because if this is all inside Hinako's head, including this town right now, because she's in whatever is caused by the Kakura Makakura, then that means that the Sakuko inside of her head is being blunt and very direct with her and calling her a traitor. Which means she's aware of her feelings, which is why Sakuko has to be the first one to go, because if she's the one who's constantly there calling her a traitor for not being honest about her true feelings and being direct with Shu, a lot of her problems end up getting solved a lot faster, especially since Rinko is a lot less likely to address her directly and explain what her problems are. Because that's Rinko's entire thing, which is why she keeps trying to drag Shu away. She keeps dragging Shu away so that she can keep talking about Hinako behind Shu's back. Not necessarily because she's a bad person, but because that's kind of just what's expected of her as a woman. And she's very, very open about embracing those expectations placed upon her by being a woman. Like, no, that's part of who she is. That's part in, like, her personality. Or at least is how she is defining herself. Sakuko is ostracized for for how she is. For not fitting in neatly into societal expectations. Rinko, on the other hand, wants to fit incredibly well into those societal expectations. Shu is an outlier, where he's liked, but he is also still very atypical in terms of a Showa-era man. Which is why Hinako likes him, but at the same time, because of that, he's not seeing Hinako specifically as a woman. Which feeds into her confusion about if she wants to be seen as a woman or not, because she likes him. Even despite all their time as being friends. And being partners and playing Space Wars. Like, no, she wants that recognition from him. It's nice. There's complexity. And seeing that line changed in the third playthrough, now I'm even more curious as to what other lines end up changing. Okay, that's actually a good opportunity because ads are going to start in a sec. So let me go and get more tea and then see how far this goes. Because this is going to be a very interesting ride on the way to the good ending, or on the way to the true ending. But I'm also going to try and see if I can get the UFO ending, or at least parts of it on the way there. So yeah, be right back. Again, the answer is chamomile. Let me make sure that I'm like... So I will admit I am using a little bit of a guide. Because I'm making sure... So I'm making sure that I have at least a couple things. Okay. Because the hard thing that I'm trying to do, not even necessarily that's too hard, the main thing that I want to do, I'm trying to set up a save file. Oops. I'm trying to set up a save file where I can effectively get the last 3 endings together. Because I know where I would theoretically need to save to make sure that I can get the bad ending. And the UFO ending is effectively on the way. The UFO ending I can do on the way of getting that. And as long as I have a file for that, and I'm already doing most of the steps while doing that to get the true ending. Like the only real variance would have been the good ending.
Yo, 相棒。
シュ。
あのさ。
うん。なんか言ってよ。
お前こそなんか言うことはないのかよ。
相棒にないんだったら私にだってない。
This would have been after their fight. Well, after
お前らしいや。
she kind of yelled at him.
受け身な生き方なんてお前らしくないぜ。お前が自分で選んだ道なら俺はいつまでも応援するからな。
シュ
シュウ君、お待たせ。ひなこもいたんだ。
リンコ。
何の話をしてたの？
いや、大した話は。
誰かとおしゃべりしたい気持ちだったんだって。
気が紛れたよ。
それはよかった。お役に立てて光栄の極み。会えると分かってたら借りてた雑誌持ってくればよかった。
ああ、貸したままでいいよ。リンコに貸した時点で戻ってくると思ってないし。
んだと、こんちくしょう。
She knew that she would like it more than she would.
サクコだってひなこから何か借りてるんじゃないの？私なんかあったかな？ねえひなこ、じゃあ私が借りてる500円も返さなくていいよね？
サクコ利子つけて返すとか言ってなかった？
言ってないよ。証文あんなら出してみろ。いいこと聞いた。これからはサクコに貸すとき消しゴムであっても証文書かせるから。そんな意地悪言わないでよ。
You see the performance takes a lot more. Laughing and breathing.
裏切りも。
It's much more defined now. It's still vague, but it's still defined. That pot keeps dropping. And even through all of this, Junko is still helping her. We are not taking these. They give me 10. All right. Able. So I don't really need to do any adventuring. And I feel confident enough in the combat that I don't think... As long as I'm not getting like really stupid and really aggressive, I should be relatively safe. You don't scare me, doll. can now perfectly recreate that gif each time. Not this way.
シュウリンコ
She almost instantly took grab. They're definitely a bit more sturdy. Not too much so, but definitely more. I just have to make sure that I can find literally whatever bandages I can. Bandages of healing. No, that was close. Hang on. I have to remember that the light's progress. Actually, no, that's a dead end. What an interesting radio broadcast. It's not the way that I need to go. I don't remember if it has health items or stuff that I need. Nope, just a pill. Which means I shouldn't have come this way. Okay, that was the main thing that I needed to get here. Hate that. They would be even more useful on this difficulty too. Not today. Bandage. It's better if I just use this. Yokka. Not taking that. The removal of her face. I see you. As long as durability doesn't go down, like, faster? As long as their ability doesn't go down faster, I'm safe. Pipe, my beloved. Alright. Why were you waiting down there? Shoot the cheat. Shooting. Oh my god, move. I'm begging you. Please. Kind of need that, thank you. This is also gonna look way more scuffed because it's blue. Because it's going to be me running a lot more. Because I literally have no reason to fight them. I'd rather increase my health. I'll also try and save a little bit too. Actually, hang on. Do I have enough for... I completely forgot that I had the dry carcass. That also explains why restoring your sanity is relatively low cost. Because when the amounts that you need... Oh, now they just have... Okay. Because when the amounts that you need are so much higher for the longer upgrades, then it starts becoming way more and more worth it to keep spending it on refilling your sanity. Because you also just get better at dodging. Because you don't need to fight anything. Well, you don't need to fight that much. I could have sworn I heard. Can't go that way, not yet. Toolcat. I'll need that for later.
どこにいる？
You can, in fact, perfect dodge a grab. I mean, more pills. And a baseball bat. Sakuko is also the youngest, while still being the most resilient to societal expectations. Because that letter said that she'd probably grow out of it. She would likely grow out of whatever she's doing. But is there really that much of a difference between... Yeah.
堅苦しい神社じゃなくて駄菓子屋の娘に生まれたかったって。ここならいつでも好きなだけお菓子が食べられるよ。おやすみ、咲子。
It's like, is there that much of a difference between her and Hinako and Shu still calling each other partner and playing their Space Wars game? That was quick. Tension headache. so that your clan may prosper. Again, the expectations of your family.
これは
Oh my god. Kutsu, respected by all and a leader of the people, was wed to Pine. Pine, loved by all and was always the center of any group, was wed to Bamboo. Chrysanthemum, who had no mate, spent their days studying under Kutsu, became known as the Sage of the East. Let the prosperity of our clan be eternal. Hinako, the baby bird. Kutsu, respected by all and a leader of the people, was wed to Pine. Pine, loved by all and was always the center of any group, was wed to Bamboo. Chrysanthemum, who had no mate, spent their days studying under Kutsu and became known as the Sage of the East. Kutsu, respected by all and a leader of the people, was wed to Pine. Plum, loved by all and was always the center of the group, was wed to Bamboo. Chrysanthemum, who had no mate, spent their days studying under Kutsu and became known as the Sage of the East. Trying to see if there's a flower pattern. Yeah, this is Bamboo. Plum, who loved by all and was always the center of attention, was wed to Bamboo. Chrysanthemum, who had no mate, spent their days studying under Kutsu and became known as the Sage of the East. Kutsu, respected by a leader of the people, Kutsu, respected by all and the leader of the people, was wed to Pine. So is this a pine leaf? It is. Chrysanthemum, who had no mate, spent their days studying under Kutsu and became known as the Sage of the East. So then what is this? Is that chrysanthemum? Because it's white? Hey, I got it. Somehow that was remarkably easier.
はよう。悪い夢にうなされていたかな。
悪い夢。
怪我はないか。怪我をするようなことは私がする。君は体を大事にしなさい。
I believe his feelings to be true.
ありがとう。
それでは行こうか、ひなこ。
どこ？
どうした？こっちだ。
Lighting her way through darkness.
誰なの？
足元に注意しなさい。
In comparison to when Hinako or Shimizu gets here by the end, there is a light lighting her way. A blue light. But it's not wielded by Fox Mask. Take all the time you need, even though there's only one path to go. I'm terrified of whatever this... how this one's gonna be on Lost in Fog. He said, please listen. Kaiken. A beautiful dagger used for ceremonial purposes, the blade has been intentionally dulled so it doesn't make the best weapon. However, it does seem surprisingly durable. It's a metaphor! It is durable, but it is not as sharp. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. And the free bandage. Okay, let's hope that I'm not gonna be stuck here for hours. There's no hint immediately. That means there's 3 different answers depending on each difficulty setting that you have it on. That's honestly really smart. Who are you inside my heart? Oh, great. To those corrupted souls who dare encroach upon our sacred land, may you be mapped by calamity and destruction. The yokai of the carriage had their heads removed, the yokai of the umbrella, their arms, the yokai of the kettle, their legs. Only the losses of each shall purify this corruption. So the yokai of the carriage, the yokai of the umbrella, and the yokai of the kettle. Thankfully, I know what each one is look like. Monster restrained by chains and shackles. I wonder if it was imprisoned and tortured. It seems to be searching for me by sound rather than sight. A monster restrained by chains and shackles. So, if this is representative of her father, this is representative of her sister. Assumingly, this is representative of Sakuko. Assuming this is representative of Rinko. Then this is closer to Fox Mask. Prisoner of things that he is told. Only following by sound rather than sight. That's not good. Okay. Yokai of the carriage. Yokai of the carriage, yokai of the umbrella. What was the last one? Carriage, umbrella, and kettle.
What
the fuck does that mean? That was the one of the kettle. So carriage and one of the umbrella. That's why the Inari sushi isn't bad. To whoever happens to read this, it becomes so easy if you just give up. After all, you're already among the dead. I think I go this way. So I'm now looking for the one of the carriage and the umbrella. You.
あと一つ。
Now the one of the umbrella. This is the one I have to go
向
around
こう側か
for.
ら鍵がかかってるみたい。
So I'm assuming that the way to decode this is the fact that I take away a commonality between some of them. Hi, buddy. Or I take away something that, Fox Mask claimed to take away. He's operating on sonar. Well, not necessarily sonar, more echolocation. That leads me back there. Dad, I don't think I'll make it home. I just wish I could see you one last time. Disappeared. Mayumi. One of the girls who went missing. Carriage, umbrella.
よし。じゃあお前を試そう。
Nightmare. I'll figure it out. I'm confident enough in my ability to actually deduce what these answers are. The only one that still will give me pause is the bird one. But I think otherwise it's generally not that bad, and it shouldn't be that bad in theory. Because honestly, I was most concerned about that first one. Okay. The yokai of the carriage had their heads removed. What does that mean? Heads, the two pieces? So, if the yokai of the carriage had their heads removed, that means it would be one. So it's either the snake or the O. Yokai of umbrella, their arms, which means it would have legs, but it wouldn't have anything sticking out the sides. Presumably. So it's either, it has to be a triangle. The yokai of the kettle have their legs. So it's either the square or the triangle.
なんか違うな。
Okay. To those corrupt souls who dare encroach upon our sacred land, may you meet with calamity and destruction. The yokai of the carriage had their heads removed. Yokai of the carriage. Yokai of the umbrella, their arms. So, the circle? Maybe the circle with the... Yokai of the kettle, their legs. Square with a triangle. Get a carriage. This one's rough. Only the losses of each shall purify this corruption. The loss of each. So... the yokai of the umbrella, their arms. Yokai of the kettle, their legs. Wasn't that... Unless I have to look for ones that are representative of them? Oh, I was right. First off, drinking this divine water, and then I can start running.
受け取ってもらえて嬉しい。淡雪の紅玉より削り出して作った君のための鍵だ。
He's following very traditional.
その鍵を稲荷像に。
Very traditional expectations for marriage. Don't trust the fox spots. Wouldn't be chased by a bunch of men. If she accepts the marriage proposal by him.
こちらの扉は聖域へ入ることを許された者にしか開かれない。
私は入っていいの？
もちろんだとも。君を招くために今日がある。まだ少し歩かねばならないが、しばし休もうか。
大丈夫です。
疲れたらすぐに言いなさい。では、行こうか。
Don't know what that is. something that was allowed in.
ひな子、しっかりしろ。返事をしろ。よかった。お前は簡単に死ぬようなやつじゃないよな。
He's so encouraging of her.
咲子は無事だよな。一体どうなってんだ。街から誰もいなくなってる。これは悪い夢なのか。
どこに行っても化け物しかいない。悪夢以外の何者でもないな。
だとしても幸運だったよ。この世界に残ったのが2人だとして、そのもう一人がお前で嬉しいよ、相棒。
リンコは？
俺はあいつに話があるって言われただけで別にその。
リンコは無事なのか？一緒に逃げたんじゃないのか？
悪い。
He's too
俺も混
focused.
乱してたみたいだ。あの時はみんなバラバラに逃げた。
He's too focused
俺
on
もリンコの
Hinako.
姿は見てない。
こんな状況でリンコはどこへ？
自分の家か。行ってみようぜ、相棒。
シュ
どうした？早く来ないと置いてくぜ。
Shu disappearing in the fog is analogous to Fox
よ
Mask.
し、しっかりしないと。
But Shu actually
とにかくリン
Shu
コを見つ
actually
けなきゃ。
respects your agency as a woman. It's drawing a parallel between the two. Okay, I do have the... First off, let me... I have nothing to even equip to, like, move it over. Let me make sure to save. Use the knife a
あ
little.
の化け物もういないよね。
Never pick it up. Just never pick one up. Toolkit. Right, I have that up. I hear you. So, these scarecrow aren't real. They're symbolic. Like, they're meant to be a stand-in hand. Swing! They're meant to be symbolic of the... They're meant to be symbolic of like other students, other kids in her grade. All watching her and judging her. Keeping an eye on her because she's a freak who doesn't know what she should be doing. That's why they're staring at her for being weird. I can let this. Oh, because it gets me a sickle.
シュウいるか？
なんだ相棒。
今のこの状況、いつまでも宇宙船総合校していたい。私かお前の夢の中ってことはないよな。
だったら互いの頬をつねり合ってみるか。
いや。
He doesn't see anything about that. He doesn't see the big deal in that. That's why he's like, oh, just let me pinch you and then like we can figure it out. Like he doesn't treat that as anything.
残念だが夢じゃないみたいだな。
They're speaking in metaphor. They're not talking... Oh my god, this writing's beautiful. Like, okay. Because that's working on two levels. They're talking about two different things at the same time. Both literally and symbolically. Again, the scarecrows, the other people in their grades. Like... They're all looking at the two of them. And they're ostracizing them, they're treating them weird, they're seeing them as weirdos. Because in comparison to societal expectations, they are being weirdos, they are being different. And like, you know, do it. Do it, coward. Do it or I'm gonna swing. Because it's the scarecrows. They're constantly... Like, you can't see where they are until they're looking at you. Or until you're close enough to see them staring at you. Because, hey, what's the purpose of a scarecrow? It's meant to scare off any type of... It's meant to scare off birds. To stop them from pecking at your crops, stopping them from doing things that you don't want them to do. That only gets like... Them staring at you is the deterrent them staring at you is their means of deterring you from doing things that they don't want you to do. They don't need to actually do anything directly. The threat is being seen. I know one of the... I think it's either here or it's somewhere up here. No, it's here. I was trying to figure out where the first space poster is. Doll. This can't go that way, so it has to be this way. And that's also why they would be looking. That's why they would all be looking at Hinako. Because she was popular with the women. She was popular with the girls. Even for being like a very... Even for being like a... I don't want to say rough. But for being just like a boy. Like playing in dirt and getting dirty. That's why Hinako makes that comment about... That's why Hinako makes that comment about, if Rinko actually likes him, then she's gonna have to get used to just, like, getting dirty and playing in the dirt. That's one. No shot. That's so funny. Hinako has no problem doing that because she isn't as bound by these expectations. Or at least she's trying not to be. Even if there is a part of her that kind of wants to be seen as a woman by Shu. But that's not why... She's in such a difficult spot. That's her mother. Go down for a second. more
新し
you
い武
said
器
it
を
could
見つけな
say.
きゃ。
Actually, did I pick up any more? Did pick up first aid. And chocolate and Higashi.
気持ち悪い。
ひなこか？この気持ち悪いのには触るなよ。毒があるかもしれない。右の庭から回ってこっちに来い。
わかった。
Okay. I know this. I know this because I dealt with this. I can pick that up faster. Ooh. I can pick that up faster than the thing when it attacks me. There's no save point here. Ooh, I should have chopped those things off when I had the chance. Whatever. I have to be very careful. Over this way, buddy. He really hits hard. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
まだだ。もっと回さないと。
I got the pipe here. Swing. Come on. That's cruel. Alright. It hits hard.
なんだこのこいつ。
ひなこ。
でかい化け物が出た。
何？そっちまで行けないんだ。
That's more than half my health. Suddenly the pills become a lot more tempting. This is too close. It's not worth fighting. one.
まだだ。もっと回さないと。
It's gonna scream. Come on. I have to be very careful. Okay, one down. If I can get him like over here. Whatever, I'll make it work. Please, please. The grab itself does damage. Okay, I still got it. I need to move though. Oh my god, please.
Nanto-kana?
よかった。純子さんに頼まれたんだ。何があってもお前を守れってな。
お姉ちゃんが?
When did she tell
ずい
you
ぶん前
that?
の話さ。さあ、行こうぜ。
行こう。
Or Inari sushi. The rows of scarecrows just looking at me. Less healing even though I still have a bunch. Granted, I do have like a lot more in terms of max health, so I guess it balances out. On top of the Omamori that I'm using.
Here で遊んだのいつの頃だっけな。
懐かしいね、ここ。幼い頃、この辺りで迷ってワンワン泣いた記憶がある。
お前が泣くとこが想像できないぜ。
もうずいぶん長いこと泣いた記憶がない。
お前は何でも我慢して心に溜め込む悪い癖があるからな。 春にはメダカやオタマジャクシ捕まえたっけ。水が気持ちよかったな。田んぼで遊んで泥だらけになって怒られたこともあったっけ。
こんな状況なのに懐かしい思い出ばかり思い
Yet
出
the
す。
memories just keep rushing back.
今ではどれも懐かしいな。辛くなったらいつでも泣けよ。俺が絶対に相談に乗ってやるからな。
ありがとう相棒。
よし行こうぜ。霧が深いな。リンコのやつ無事だといいんだが。
相棒
Like, him saying that isn't him prioritizing Rinko, that's just who he is. It's your funeral today. I think I'll give you a standing ovation. It's your funeral today. I think I'll give you a standing ovation. You? No. There's two. Yeah, and they move fast. It's your funeral today. I think I'll give you, I think it's this one. These ones are moving fast. Yeah, I get it now. A moving scarecrow, or at least a monster that pretends to be a scarecrow. It's dressed in old clothes and looks like a crucified corpse from far away. Contrary to its name, it scares more kids off than crows. I wonder why it would scare off kids, or why they would be scaring kids. Duplicity. They look harmless when you're actually looking at them, however, they become much more dangerous the second you turn your back. I think it's this one. Bear right here. Yeah, the second you get too close, then they... Ooh. They're extremely dangerous.
壊れた。
So I think it's you. I'm wrong. What makes them distinct from just the other dolls and enemies here is not that they attack you, it's how they attack you, specifically with your back turned. It's your funeral today. I'll give you a standing ovation. Think I'll give you a standing ovation. So I don't know which part it is. So if it's her funeral, then this one? It's the one who died. I was always hoping you two would hurry up and cut it out with that weird Space Wars game of yours. It's your funeral today. Good riddance. It feels as though I finally got this painful burden off my chest. Painful burden off my chest. That one's closed. This painful burden off my chest. Incorrect. You? Good riddance. It feels as though I finally got this painful burden off my chest. You. Yep, that one's getting closer. I feel like I got this pain. Full burden off my chest. So if it's not you... Good riddance. It feels as though I finally got this painful burden off my chest. What is a painful burden on their chest? I think it means the thing has to be in their chest. Some could be hi. Yep. This was admittedly the other one that I was concerned about, but I knew I could still technically brute force it. This painful burden off my chest. It's not you. It's not you. So it's not you, it's not you. Off my chest. I mean, you did answer my unspoken wishes, just in the worst way possible. It was the one that didn't have it in her. I'm looking at these things too literally. I think that's my biggest flaw when solving the puzzle. I like that. I like that the puzzle has you thinking metaphorically to solve it. You hurt him, and now you're leaving him behind. I hope you suffer for what you've done. You hurt him, and now you're leaving him behind. That's him. You hurt him, and you're leaving him behind. Speaking from Renko's perspective, it would be her. Not her, then it should be you. Yep, okay. Because you know what he did when you decided you weren't going to play anymore? He pathetically kept at it, playing that silly game all by himself. Yeah. Renko's grudge with Hinako is how she hurts you. You were such a thorn in my side, always getting between me and him. Thorn in my side, always getting in between me and him. Yeah, you weren't here before. Do I have any? I do not. I have to be very careful about this. Thorn on my side, always getting between me and him. That is so scary. Come on. Try me. Okay, maybe not that quick. You're so fast. Yep, I had to be her. You're all grown up now, right? Well, this isn't just some kid's game. You think you can just call it quits whenever you want? That you can run away without facing consequences? Goodbye. And don't ever show your face don't ever show your face again. Go do your own thing, just like you always have. You. I saw the three of you spawn. That's Sakuka. Don't ever show your face again. Go do your own thing like you always have. I think it's that one. Because if we're starting here, two. See you. Oh my god. This is really bad. Okay. Goodbye. And don't ever show your face again. Go do your own thing like you always have.
まずいな。武器が壊れそうだ。
Goodbye. Don't show your face here again. Go do your own thing like you always have. The one that's the most different from them all. They're sliding into place to get me. So it can't be you. Can't be you. The one next to a dead Sakuga. That's not you. Can't be you. Goodbye. Don't show your face here again. Go do your own thing like you always have. Incorrect. This is bad. critically incorrect. Oh my god. This is so bad. This is so bad. Her face is ripped off. Incorrect. I'm like brute forcing this to a comedic degree. Yeah. Oh, they get fast when you're not looking at them. But like, you guys need to calm down. Like, that's her, isn't it? No. I'm so dead. I have to do it this way. I am too committed. You're fake. No, you're real. No, you are real. Where is it? I can't be. Dude, I can't be getting them all wrong. How? None of them are the real one. Go do your own thing like you always have. So it was nowhere. That means that. Oh my god. Whichever one is her can't be anywhere near. This is so stupid. I think it reset them all. Okay. You're a fake. Go do your own thing like you always have. Never show your face around here again. Oh, they got real close. But like, this has to be her. I would think. I pulled out literally each of them. Go do your own thing, like you always have. Like, this one fits the description. Don't show your face around here ever again. Just go do your own thing like you always have. You. That's nuts. That's really cool. Today is your funeral. I don't think it will be long before he finally gives you up. The least you could do is show him that Shimizu Hinako is no more than ash now. That's honestly really cool.
Oi! Hinako!
あれさっきのは
早く来いよ！
頑張ってる。行かなきゃ。
Oh, I went way far off.
リンコは
読んでみよう。リンコ！俺だ！シュウだ！いるなら返事してくれ！
シュウ君！来てくれたんだ。あ、ひなこも無事でよかった。
怪我はないか？家族は？
私は大丈夫。でも誰もいないの。足の悪いおばあちゃんまでいないなんて、こんなの絶対に変。誰もいないし、気味の悪い怪物がうろつき回ってるし、何が何だかわからないよ。いい子がどうして。
これ以上ここにとどまるのは危険だ。町を出た方がいい。
町を出るって、お父さんやお母さんは、みんなは。
助けを呼ぶためにも今は行動を急いだ方がいいかもしれない。
みんなを見捨てるわけじゃない。助けるためにも一度脱出する必要があるんだ。
でも街を出るって言ってもあれじゃ無理だよ。
無理ってどういう意味だ？
そっちの窓から鉄橋が見えるよ。霧が濃くなければ。
嘘だろ。
鉄橋がどうしよう。
You see the red stuff on it. Or at least now
東
I
の
do.
鉄橋がダメなら西の県道を目指そう。
柊の家の裏山を抜けるのか？
あの山越えられるの？
わさび田への道がある。うちだけの抜け道だ。リンコ、念のため薬や絆創膏を持っていきたい。
台所に救急箱あるよ。取ってくるね。
あ、私も一緒に行こう。手伝う。
相棒が一緒なら安心だ。
台所どこだっけ？
We're back here. My beloved Naginata that I'm never gonna be able to use.
私一体いた。もう少し待っててくれてもいいのに。
You can't wait for me to catch up? No, I really can't. Storage room key.
空っぽか。
Don't believe the fox's words. Stay away from the western room. The doll has to be... The doll has to be one of Hinako's innermost selves. Don't trust him. That picture was just repeating it's just other, not necessarily women that Foxmask himself has pursued. Not necessarily, but as much as just like other women who have been in your position or been in a similar situation to you. Oh. I utterly missed. An exquisitely crafted ornamental polearm that is extremely sturdy and able to be used as a weapon. Seneki family for the next heir present bride. Okay.
これ大事なものだと思うけど。すいません。お借りします。
It's her being dragged into the Seneki family curse. Which means I think the largest bit of confusion likely either came from or comes from the fact that
やっと着いた。
Totsuya has undergone the fox possession. Which means, yeah, it is both a mix of everything as it relates to Foxmask, as it also relates to Totsuya's family blood and their tradition. Totsuya was very, yeah, no, Totsuya was just equally as, okay, yeah, that's where the letters of like the strict mother and such kind of come from. Totsuya, oh my god. It's Totsuya / Foxmask learning from this very oppressive and restrictive norms. I'm in a really bad spot. That was really bad. That was just really sloppy on my part. I got way too greedy. But yeah, no, those letters from the restrictive mother, the expectation of the Totsuyas, of the Seneki clan. Oh my god. Essentially everything that was, everything that effectively got forced onto Fox Mask due to the Fox possession of biting Totsuya. Literally, if he was raised differently, he might have come out differently. If he had a chance to be better. And wasn't raised in a family that held him to such restrictive expectations, especially when it came to marriage. The real moral of the lesson here, genuinely, is that patriarchy and societal gender expectations trap everybody and nobody is free. Everybody is suffering. Like, the entire thing that Fox Mask was yelling about in that boss fight, about everything that Fox Mask was yelling about in that boss fight, about like, but I have all this money, I work so hard to get all these things, you should be thankful that, like, I'm picking you. Like, no, that's what a lot of men trap themselves into believing. They don't develop a personality, they don't know how to interact with women, they think they just need money or influence or power and that's all that they need. That they don't need to be a person. Or respect the woman that, like, they're actually going after, or the woman that they like. Even that, even the term of just saying going after instead of saying I like this girl, like, the perception of them being property. It's a perception and mentality that, oh my god. That restricts, oh my god, hang on. That restricts and devalues both men and women down to what society expects of them. Which is also just a bunch of expectations and nonsense that was forced on them by other men who are equally as trapped. That's the curse.
Sakuko? そっちにいるの?
This game is fantastic.
Sakuko.
Like, it's immaculate. Maybe I found, okay, yeah, I finally have a reason to use the Inari sushi. Like, these are all wedding gifts. Part of the ceremony. Fox Mask doesn't even understand why he's doing it. He's just doing it because that's what he is told that he needs to do in order to get the woman that he wants.
きゃ。
Tension headache. She gets the tension headaches here after getting, oh my god, after receiving wedding gifts. Oh my god. Please. This is precisely why I have Inari sushi. Even though I probably wouldn't need to rely on it if I was a little bit more careful, but at the same time, I'm kind of want to make sure that I get a lot of stuff done, like, right now. Because I am not concerned about the boss fights, literally at all. And I know that after this segment, I get my arm, which means I have zero concern when it comes to weapon maintenance and such later on, or past this point. Heart attack. But how did you die? What happened? You're far. I mean, you're not supposed to be here right now. Damn, Queen. Two. Come on. What killed you? Is that her crying in the background? What's that?
いい加減にしろ。お前が先っぽじゃない。
Dangerous. That's really far. What killed you? What happened to you?
怪我はないか。大丈夫だ。これしき大した。救急に律令のごとく行うが。
Heed my command as law and yield to me.
つきものの分際でここへ踏み入ろうとは愚かな。
今のは
君についてきた汚れだろう。もう失せた。安心していい。属性に生きる以上、汚れがつくことは仕方がない。払えばいいだけのことだ。行こう。
Would Sakuko have gotten married?
この先は神聖な領域だ。私も君も汚れは持ち込めない。ここで汚れを落とす。
Or would she just not feel ever as pressured to marry?
さあ、君も。
はい。
大丈夫。ただの水だよ。
ひなこ、おい、しっかりしろ。
ドジだね。あんた階段から落ちたんだよ。
腕どうした？
あれ引っ掛けて破いちゃったのかな。
特にあざはないみたいだな。痛むところはないか？
うん、大丈夫。
それはよかった。
どうした？
行こう。時間を無駄にした。
よし、行こう。
私をちゃんと守ってよ。私ひなこみたいに強くないんだから。
分かってる。俺から離れるな。
うん。
目指すは俺の家だ。裏道から山を越え県道に出よう。俺が先頭を行く。相棒はしんがり棒。
分かった。
私はシュウ君の後ろにいるね。真ん中なら安心だし。
しんがりは引き受けた。
Her ripped sleeve. Because I was thinking, because this is when, because she doesn't, a ripped Seifuku. Definitely not as girly, and definitely doesn't come off as delicate as someone like Rinko. Oh, I missed. I went like way far. I could have had that a lot sooner. Because Rinko's Seifuku is a lot more... It's of course a lot more pristine. But it only gets ripped after she runs into... After she runs into Rinko. Who is very, very, very much playing up her... femininity. And very conveniently, this is also around the time when Hinako starts feeling bad about Shu not seeing her as a girl.
Hinako! こっちだ!
After her Seifuku is ripped. And Rinko keeps criticizing her.
化け物につけられてないか？
問題ない。
シュウ君っていつまでひなこのこと相棒って呼ぶの？相棒なんて呼び方、小学生の男子みたい。
相棒は相棒さ。俺は
I've never treated her like a girl, and her Seifuku is really ripped up in comparison to Rinko's.
された覚えもない。
立ち話は終わりだ。行くぞ。
And it clearly still distraughts her. So then, yeah. The rip is meant to be symbolic because of Rinko being here. My beloved. No scavenger hunt for me. Okay. Because, like, maybe I'm being presumptive, but falling down a set of stairs doesn't rip your arm sleeve off and cause your clothes to fray this much. It's meant to symbolize the distance in between Hinako and her femininity, with Rinko being the other comparison point. With Rinko being the comparison point. Did I ever go up here? Yeah, that's about the fox possession. I'd assumed until now that being possessed by a fox was a sort of curse. However, it turns out that among the followers of the Inari faith in Ebisugoka, it could be more nuanced than that. I heard one tale of a housewife who was possessed by a fox after sharing some scraps of food with a real starving fox. A sign of gratitude, the fox showed her the whereabouts of hidden treasure. Another tale claims that a pious shaman was possessed by the fox and given premonitions of a coming famine. They were able to warn the town and stockpile enough food to endure it. There are numerous stories like this suggesting that being possessed by the fox is not necessarily a turn of bad luck. Though, with the influence of today's media from outside the town regarding ghosts and horror stories, the fox has become seen as purely negative phenomenon, particularly among the younger generations. But that is not necessarily the case. One person's good luck can be another person's bad luck. There are numerous tales of those who blaspheme against the Inari faith by being possessed by the fox. These tales have no quantitative scientific basis, of course. However, I want to try my best to avoid outright refuting tradition and local beliefs. The effectiveness of any medicine provided to a patient who believes themselves sick due to the fox possession is drastically low. As a man of science, I surprise even myself here when I say that. For the best result, patients should be told to offer their sincere prayers to Oinari-sama prior to seeking medical treatment. By respecting and complying with local traditions, I feel I can build a far stronger rapport with my patients here. Nah, probably shouldn't have done that. Why do you have eyeballs in here? Drawer key. What drawer, though? Good sit. Body's gone. Even now, the trust given to the long-standing physicians of the AY family is unshakably strong. When I spoke to the eldest working member of the family at the gathering, I was astonished by their outstanding bounty of knowledge. Though as they discussed the details of their practices with me, I got the hint that they might still be using controlled substances in their treatment. However, I think it's best that I look the other way in this situation. While it's now legal to produce the cloudy rice wine known as doburoku, people across Japan were once free to make it as they needed. Perhaps operating within a gray area of legislation between tradition and modern medicine has always been the role of local physicians here.
誰かいるの？
Sir, are you gonna open up or not? Undetermined cause of death, case 09. The body was astonishingly malnourished and the clavicarium had split open like it had burst from the inside. The clavicle bones had been hollowed out and filled with insect eggs, later identified as belonging to various species including locusts, grasshoppers, and crickets. This is the autopsy of the guy who wrote the Diary of Revenge. No evidence to suggest that they were put there by human hands, seemed to be planted by insects naturally. Highly unusual behavior considering the current harsh winter temperatures. Yet another corpse to come through with an inexplicable cause of death. At least this one was easier to stomach than case 8. All bodies with unexplainable causes of death are kept secret and swiftly handed over to police department. In turn, the police department immediately disposes of such bodies without so much as a customary glance. Additional notes. This man was suspected of blasphemy against religious doctrine. He seemed to bear some kind of grudge against the Inari faith. It's always the same with these strange corpses. After all, they can only be the outcome of not paying reference to Inari-sama. Yeah, that's Diary of Revenge. Increase max health. Claw marks? Dude went out on their roof? Later, loser! So yeah, that's the doctor's autopsy of the guy who died after writing the Diary of Revenge for completely blaspheming against the belief of Oyinari-sama.
Aibo, 妙な化け物が増えてる気がしないか？
お前の宇宙戦争だって妙な宇宙人がどんどん増えてっただろうが。
ひなこってシュウ君と話すときは男の子みたいな喋り方だよね。
昔の癖が今も抜けないからかな。
俺たちは幼い頃からの付き合いだからな。
ふん。だから男女の関係にはならなかったってわけ。
今はそんな話をしてる時じゃないぞ。行こう。
Okay. I'm thinking. Also, because I'm here, and I know... The katana's still strong, even on Lost in Fog. Yeah. So like having it on Lost in Fog still feels like rewarding. Hang on. Because I know I can't do this one because this one's 3. Yeah, it's closer down that way. Okay. So I have to make my way Closer this way. Another beer poster. Another tactless beer poster, no less. Can't go that way. Wait, then how do I get through here? Unless that thing is open. Oh, no, shoes here.
相棒はこっちだ。
That's how they get you. Because that poster's number 3. This is about showing the contrast between Hinako and Rinko. My favorite tactic of dodging into enemies to get the perfect dodge works in this game too. If the dodge has iframes, it is your civic duty to use it and abuse them for just dodges, especially if you get a strong attack out of it. I got knocked over. Another one of the bodies that got wound up here. Shouldn't have done this. Wait, I need to go down. Actually, there were Ramune here. It was worth it. Okay, maybe not. Not for that trade. I love that, like, the second you get down here, the color changes so drastically. a really bad angle. Hang on. I hate double checking. It is literally right behind me. Inconceivable. There is a secret invasion of body-snatching aliens. They may already be among your loved ones. That's so goofy. Okay. Let me save here because I know. Yeah, because I am out the condition now. Because the last one's here, and I know the last thing I have to do is in Chizuruya. So nothing at this point matters, so long as I go and get that last poster. Also, it's genuinely really nice that I don't need to replay through the whole game just to get like these other endings. Like the one that probably has me, I'd say, going back and doing the only other one that's probably gonna make me like have to retread a decent portion of the game again is the distinction between the bad ending and the true ending. But even at that point, like, that's genuinely really far. Not really far, it's really close. Like, they're really close to each other by comparison of like needing to something in comparison to like Nier. And you can see the number on the poster too. The mothership has dispatched countless miniature UFOs. These tiny round discs attach themselves to innocent folks' heads and brainwash them to taking over their body. Have you noticed any strange objects on the back of your loved ones' heads? And the last thing I need to get is the movie review. I hear it. It's making a noise. Come on. I have to be very careful. But I want to kill this thing. That's so cool. Did I open the top? Oh my god. I have no other healing. I have no other healing, do I? I have no other healing. I'm playing a very dangerous game. Do I let my pride take me? Oh my god. Look at it.
まずいな。武器が壊れそうだ。
Look at it. Movie review of The Great Space Invasion. Although this work features UFOs and humans who are being controlled by aliens, the aliens themselves never make an appearance on screen. Instead, this film illuminates the corrosive power of suspicion. Sometimes trying to distinguish one's fellow man as friend or foe can be the real horror. In one particularly chilling scene, local residents of the town where the UFO was sighted are mistakenly targeted as body-snatching aliens. The accusing humans scream and jeer as they send their own kind to a detention center. What's worse, anyone who dares speak against the group is seen as one of them and is locked up as well. One can only ask oneself, is coerced solidarity among humans really solidarity at all? At the end of the movie, the number of people killed during the alien invasion is shown. Interestingly, far more humans were killed by their fellow men than attacks from UFOs. Perhaps the aliens left Earth at the end not because they lost, but because they believed that humankind was not worth taking over. The Great Space Invasion is a movie that provides somewhat interesting social commentary to its audience, but anyone looking forward to a fun action romp will be sorely disappointed. Rating 6.5 out of 10.
やはりこれは奴らの仕業かもしれない。
奴ら？
そう、宇宙人だよ。奴らは地球をずっと狙っている。そして隙あらば人間をさらい入れ替わっているんだ。凛子だって俺だって雛子だって、ひょっとしたら本人のふりをしている宇宙人かもしれない。
私は宇宙人じゃない。
見破る方法はあるのか？
あるよ。あんた死んだはずじゃん。そいつにやられて。この子は私が作った対宇宙人決戦用人型サーチ&デストロイロボのロボコちゃん。この子は人間に化けた宇宙人を見つけて自動で駆除してくれるの。バッテリー切れね。
じゃあそいつに殺されたあの咲子は宇宙人？
私そいつに追いかけ回されたんだけど。
雛子に宇宙人の匂いがついてたみたい。雛子が宇宙人かもしれないし、雛子の身近な友人が宇宙人かもしれない。あいつらは記憶までコピーする。でも完璧じゃないの。雛子、何か自分しか知らない秘密を話して。
凛子は柊の髪の毛を集めて自分の枕に入れてたことがある。いや
ー、そういうのおまじないで夢くらい見たっていいでしょ。次、凛子。雛子は林間学校でパンツを脱衣所に忘れて名乗り出られなかったことがある。
凛子、地獄の炎で焼かれろ。
このパンツは誰のだって先生が呼びかけるけどさ、あれ名乗り出られるわけないよな。
昭和ってプライバシーなかったからね。
リンコは体育を休んだ時にシューの脱いだ服を。
ひなこはシューと喧嘩した次の日にシューのリコーダーに。
俺宇宙人より女子の方が怖えよ。
それまでお互いの記憶に間違いはないようだね。じゃあ次は私たちだね。シューは青年誌のグラビアページをスクラップしてて本棚の裏に隠してる。水着ポスターにクラスの女子の顔写真を貼り付けたことがある。
待て待て、分かった。じゃあ今度は俺の番だ。サクコがブラをつけ始めたのは小6の新学期から。ひなことリンコは小5の夏休み明けだ。どうだ。
Deserved.
宇宙人ではなかったけれど
女の敵はあぶり出せたようね。
ひなこや、お家に帰るよ。
宇宙人は大丈夫？
町内会の人たちがみんなやっつけてくれたぞ。
じゃあね
また明日。
今夜はね、ひなこの大好きなハンバーグだよ。
それお姉ちゃんの好物だってば。
It's the fact that it's the dog. And it changes the credits. It's a whole manga panel. This is so cute. And these really, like, Showa era manga designs are really cute too. I love that they decided to put in a UFO ending in this. They didn't need to, like, completely uniquely do the credits like this for this ending. That's so cute. Okay, and then does the actual ending. um incredibly unserious. I want to save that at the bottom. Does that boot me out? It does boot me out to the menu. Okay, okay, put me back, put me back, put me back. That's so cute. Anyway, back to being serious. I am not running back the UFO ending. I got it once and that was...
今何かが飛んでったぞ。
That's the second time one of those vases fell. That's honestly super cute. They really didn't need to do that for this, and I don't think anybody was expecting a UFO ending. But the fact they did is really nice. Ah, okay. Because now I know... okay. Because I know exactly what I need to do, for the remaining... For the remaining two endings. Whoops, I completely... And both of them require me to get way further. Gross. Bad. I need to get out of here. Okay, I also have ads starting in like a couple seconds. Please. Please. Okay. Because yeah, I run through here, I go to the school, it's the school segment again, which I'll take more notes on. After that is the longest nightmare segment. Then relatively quick getting through the rest of the game at that point. Like the school. Because the important thing to do is after shoe segment. So if I'm fast, I can run through this. So let me take this quick break and grab some tea, and then I'm probably gonna try and rush through, not necessarily rush, but try to like get through as much as I can with the rest of the game. So be right back. Okay. And try and barrel through the rest of this. I say with like zero intent of skipping any of the cutscenes. Oh, right, I came in through this way. Plus, the school also had one of the puzzles I was semi-concerned about, but I don't think it'll be that bad. Oh, you just all come out the woodwork. Hate this thing. Okay. Interesting. It doesn't record the...
シュウ君、嘘ついてるよね。
知らねえよ。
騙せてると思う？ひなこを。
ひなこ、遅かったな。心配したぜ。
心配してなかったよ。相棒なら絶対に大丈夫って言ってた。
そうか。ありがとう。
That's her being angry that she knows that she likes her. The reason she's chewing him out is because he's acting like it's not that obvious. That took half my health. Wait, this thing. Oh my god, please. I have no stamina. They're durable and their attack patterns are very erratic, which makes it very hard for me to kind of get a consistent beat on them. On top of the fact that they also just keep moving and bounce around so many times. You might just be better off using Hagashi to run. Like... here. Oh my god. It's almost funny how much more value I'm getting out of the Hagashi now. Ooh. No, I thought that was an item. Though we still have to be careful, because like I'm still running relatively low on healing items.
Come on.
I hate this thing. Hi, coffee. Is it still gonna play the
Come
cutscene?
on.
No, because it's still here. Interesting. Yeah, and thankfully I have tea.
君はこの道を通って学校へ通っていたのだね。私もできることなら同じ学校に登校したかったよ。
Totsuya.
Ya やめてくれ。そんな話今はしたくない。
やめないよ。柊君がしっかりと現実を見るまでやめない。
だからやめてくれ。俺は
なら言ってあげる。ひな子はね、死んだんだよ。ひな子は向こうの世界で楽しくやっているんだから。
相棒遅かったな。さあ行こうぜ。
That's a conversation they had without her being there. After she passed. After she got married.
Kagiがかかってる。昔はなかったのに。
鍵は学校にあるはずだ。
ちょっと休憩しようよ。
I think Shu might have married Rinko, but he didn't love her. And she resented Hinako for it. Because it's painfully obvious how much Shu really likes her.
もうダメ。しばらく休ませて。
相棒も疲れただろう。休んでてくれ。俺は鍵を探してくる。
わかった。
え、柊君が一緒じゃないと嫌だよ。心細いよ。お願い、一緒にいて。ね。
別に俺が一緒じゃなくても。
相棒も少し休め。 鍵は私が探す。
そうだよ。シュウ君はずっと戦闘で頑張ってたんだから、後からついてくるだけだったひな子の方が余裕あるって。
おい、
Sure.
そんな言い方をするなよ。
私は気にしない。
I was out getting the UFO ending, but sure, I was tagging along.
ってくる。
Whatever.
卒業以来だな。
Haven't been here since graduation. Either way. I know a couple of the ones that I need to go to. Not from that door. Not from that door either. A radio?
ガと通る全てが学び、俺たちにずっと色あせない。君を育んでくれた大切な思い出だ。大切な場所だよ。ひな子。
That was Fox Mask and Shu talking at the same time. Why does that dude say that? Either way, I know what I need to get. That's also why these enemies show up here. There's whispers constantly. At least when I'm fighting the enemies here. The rabbit pen. Still none of the big enemies. There's not the two that were here before that were roaming. Is this sledgehammer still here? Yes, it is. Pill. Now there's just a trail of students leading there. The child drawings are Totsuya's. Hinako, Kimi, Kanta, Sachi, Sakuko, Rinko, Shu, Kotoyuki. To the revered fox, my ancestor, I thank you for your divine revelation. Your will shall be done. Hinako disappeared. Kimi, cancer. Kanta, heart disease. Sachi, cancer. Sakuko, heart attack. Rinko, burned to death. Shu, suffocation. Kotoyuki, wishes will come true. Everyone's name is crossed out but Kotoyuki's. Hinako got spirited away. Kotoyuki, wishes come true. Kimi, Sachi, cancer. Kanta had a heart disease. Sakuko had a heart attack. Rinko was the only one who burned to death. Still, how did Rinko burn to death? Did Sakuko have a heart attack because she was left in darkness? Either way, I still don't have any key. This is completely new, though. If puzzle difficulty completely changes the layout of the entire school, that's a lot more than I expected. But these drawings have to be Kotoyuki's. That's the only explanation for them being here. This is the locker room. They're props, aside from you. You were real last time, too. Ayumi. Was her this cry for help? That would have been SOS. Yours was. Taiko. The other two of you are just props. Okay, I'm almost at, like, max of everything. I am at a max of everything I can carry. But there's just, like, a couple carcasses. I was gonna say carcasses. Vice Principal's paranoid about keys. This is a puzzle. Okay. Vice Principal is so paranoid about his keys that he always takes them with him whenever he leaves, so it's kind of ironic that he lost the keys to the stairwell. He's looking around for them frantically like a madman. He had the nerve to ask me to help him find them, but I'm the one who needs help with the pile of paperwork I have. To all facility on patrol duty, to prevent students from going on the second floor, please ensure the corridor is locked. Yeah, so the Vice Principal has it. But where... Where did the Vice Principal go? Because the way I saw that last time was using, was using Sachiko's hairpin, but I can't find that here. At least not now. I'm only 500 away. I'm only 500 away. I can hold that. A wealthy man built a school here. When he struck out rich from dam construction. Yeah, I wonder how he knew. I wonder how he knew where to build a dam. Yeah, there was a note here that I got on my first playthrough. Okay, so the question still remains. Where did the Vice Principal go? Yeah, so where did the Vice Principal go? That is the main question. Can't go through the front door. To all students, the game known as Fox Sacrifice is hereby banned. Partaking in this recent fad is forbidden. Any students caught playing will have their parents or guardians notified and be severely punished. Wasn't it this room that had... No, it might be the second floor. No! The reason I don't need to go anywhere is likely because they already know that I have the notes for these. Asakura Ayumi. It's not in key items, is it? No. Would have been... School. These are later, much later. Class observation. That's Rinko, Sakuko. Letter to Kumiko. Letter to Santa. Housemate's note, letter from Wound. Where is it? Let's go paper. Farmer story, letter home. Where is it? Mr. Yonda was about 20 years old. He came across an injured fox. Being the good teacher he is, he attended to the fox's wound, shared his food with it, and cared for it. One day, when the fox fully recovered, it opened its mouth and spoke in human tongue. After expressing its appreciation to Mr. Yonanda, the fox then told him, "Buy as much of that mountain land as you can. Borrow money if you must, for it will surely bring you great wealth. Shortly thereafter, the country committed a dam construction plan. 1960s. Yeah, okay. And the mountain Mr. Yonenda had purchased was indeed a boon. He spent every last yen he earned on his hometown of Ebisugoka. One result of his generosity was Ebisugoka Middle School. Mr. Yonenda donated the Inari statue and housed it inside the small shrine seen on the school grounds as a way of saying thanks to the fox that blessed him. Fox's sacrifice. Oh, that's different. Because these counts as puzzles. Whatever. I don't remember this off the top of my head. Because I remember... Oh, wait. So 401. Okay, yeah. So the gimmick for these is still the same. I happened to find out Suga's locker combination. The weird thing is, when you convert it to code, it looks like a cry for help. Yeah, because that was 401. Suga was SOS, which would have been 505. Because they used them in relation to... I'm trying to remember what the gimmick was. I don't remember what year it was. I have to have the notes for these somewhere. A warning. Mandate of the Clan, Diary of the Revenge. Where is it? Origami of Prayers, Letter to Sakuko, School Founder. Origami of Rumors. Wait, where was the one about the kid that got mad at the other one? Or does that change also based off of each? That might change based off of difficulty. Because that's a puzzle. It is. Letter to Kumiko. He's really done it this time. That husband of mine is always quick to brandish a knife around when he loses his temper. But this time he went too far. He threw it at Hinako. Did he even stop for a second and think about what happened if he mangled her face? Not all of the... Hang on. Now I want to go back to the... to the fox sacrifice room. That means they really do change. This entire place changed then. Not like entirely, but enough of it to throw me off. Because there's... Yeah, because that would be based off of the puzzle. Kimi, cancer. Sachi, cancer. Kanta, heart disease. Sakuko, heart attack. Rinko, burned to death. Shu, suffocation. Kotayuki, wishes will come true. Yeah, that's story stuff. All the chairs are facing away except for this one. The one that's facing the boy. Or at least the one that's standing. The fact that the school changes like slightly. Not significantly, but like the use of the dolls really throws me off. This is not during the Resident Evil timeline. This is in Japan 1960s. Roughly, probably 19... They say vaguely 1960s. I think hovers mostly around like 60... 62, 63. So then, is there any reason to go in here? Because I didn't even get the audio line about the kids teasing. The entire school's the puzzle. I need to figure this out now. I'm missing something. Or it's a note that I already have that I don't remember the title of. Oh, Ramine. Happened to find out Tsuka's locker combination. The weird thing is, when you convert it to code, it looks like a cry for help. What am I supposed to do? Resident Evil and Silent Hill are not in the same universe. Where the hell is the note that I'm looking for? Fox Origami, Sakuko, Letter Concern, Hinako Sayuri. Where is the one from the schools? Wait, I also don't even have the... I don't have the love letter thing. I have the origami. School founder. The letter. Fox's prayer. Yeah, I don't have any of those. Wait, so that is different. Yeah, because I can't go up there. So how do I... What am I missing? Silent Hill is typically a lot more... Well, no, they alternate. Typically. Ooh, there it is. Prank drawing. A drawing that was done in a shoe... A drawing that was in a shoe cupboard. Could this flower be a hydrangea? You're fine. Because Silent Hill stories typically jump between being... either cult focused or psychologically horror focused. I have to go up here. This one is highly atypical. For one, it's the first one in a Japanese setting. And on top of that, it is very psychologically focused. The key would be here. Cool. I hear you. They're moving. Oh, they're all moving. Cool. They're all moving. Yeah, they're all moving. They're all moving. Oh. Oh my god, they're jumping me. I hate this. Is that one moving too? No, it is not. No, but you have a weapon. I have to go by you. I do think that they've had like... Have they had a crossover or like some type of collab thing? I don't remember. hate that. I hate that. I know they've definitely done like winks and nods to one another. But they've never crossed over. Like significantly, I'll say. My old classroom.
Nani?
Shoes desk, Rinko. Okay, so the text on this. Oh, you have to do for all of these. That's how they change it. Why does this one have embroidery? Do you remember that day when just the two of us went to that cafe? We talked about how it felt like we were delinquents since we were supposed to be going to school that day. But you know what? I didn't care what the other people thought about us because as long as I could spend time with you, that was all I needed. We both ordered the same cake that day. I can still remember how my heart burst out of my chest the moment the same words flowed from your lips. The sweet, tart fruit on the cake. The taste still lingers in my mouth like it was yesterday. Do you still remember that taste too? Sweet, tart fruit. So you did remember. Wait. So you did remember. Well, that makes me feel very special. By the way, are you over Hinako now? I apologize if I sound blunt, but I want to make it clear that girl is dead. Hinako got spirited away. I know you're going through a rough time right now, and you must be in so much pain, but you know I can be there for you. Would you rather go through it yourself still? I can picture us slowly unfolding the pages of our hearts, talking about all the small mundane details of our day-to-day lives. By filling up one journal after another with our thoughts, I know we can make a fresh start. A blank page upon which we can write the new story of our lives. Surely you can see it too. Empty pages of a diary. So this is after... Like, this has to be after... Hinako got spirited away. Oops. Yep. Empty pages. I'm glad to hear that you're trying to stay positive, and remember, I'll always be here for you if you need anything. You know, you're not the only one who's sad because Hinako's no longer with us. If the two of us could huddle together, we could soothe this pain that bites like the cold of winter. And then, surely spring will arrive, welcoming us with sakura in full bloom to celebrate our union. Can you picture this beautiful blooming sakura awaiting us? Beautiful blooming sakura. Uh-oh. Beautiful blooming sakura. Don't you dare tell me about it. I also need to do a sakura tree. I don't remember what a sakura tree looks like. Not from like a distant side profile. That's a bonsai. That is not a sakura. Does it have to be anything with the sakura in it? Might be. Which would include the fan. That's not a sakura. Oh boy. Alright. Time to mentally reprocess what a sakura looks like. Because sakura typically has 5 petals. That's not a sakura though. But my issue is that I don't know if it wants it to be depictions of sakura or just specifically sakura. Let's go with straight depictions. And then work our way up from there. There it is. Dear Shio, I like you. I love you. I always have and I always will. I'll be waiting to hear what you think of me. Shio hasn't read this letter.
どこに行ったかと思えばこんなところにいたのね。
お姉ちゃんどこ？
お友達と楽しく過ごせた？ならそろそろお支度をなさい。もうお友達とはお別れの時間よ。
お姉ちゃん。
あなたが殺すのもあなたの手で。それができるからここへ来たのでしょ。
Junko got spirited away. Not in the same way, or maybe in the same way as Hinako currently is. Ayumi, 479. Old Annex main building. Ayumi is 479. Liar, 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 liar. TT is the most disgusting person I've ever met. If anyone wants to make my wish come true, her locker combo is 377. 377 and 479. Oh my god. Alright. I don't want to go in there. I don't want to go in there and run the risk of this thing closing in on me. Four, 7, 9. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I just read it. I literally just read it, but I got completely sidetracked by this stupid doll. You. I don't like this. Ayumi, 479. That's not good. Whatever. I don't even think I... I'll worry about it later. After I open up the annex building. Congratulations, track and field club member Suga Yosei, senior class 1 on winning 100 meter at a professional prefectural meet. What do you mean that that's part of the puzzle? I hear something disgusting. You can read girl code, right, Yoshida? Sato gave me a note from the girls that had E4 star 4 written on it. You know what that means? 84 times 4? You're asking me to do math? Uh, 84 times 4. That would be 24 plus... no. 255 or 256? It's a code for Baka, so you know. Stupid. Girl code is based off the alphabet. Basically, you switch the numbers and symbols with stuff that looks like them. So, Sato would be 54 plus... plus 6. 5 looks like an S, 4 looks like an A, right? And the plus is T, and the O is 0 because they're basically the same shape. 6 doesn't really look like it, but apparently it's a U. Oh my god. So, for my name, Yoshida would be X05174. That's insane. That's an insane variation to how this works. And the few that don't matter get to retain their rules. Note between lovers. Miki, I have absolutely no idea how that crazy formula spells Aisteru. But I love you too. No idea why it's Aisteru. Oh no, Aisteru. Because I is still there. Ayumi, row 4, line 2. I can check in a second. Ask her textbook. I decided to make the locker combo something. I decided to make the combo for my locker something I love. I can poach it, fry it, and even boil it. No matter what, it always comes out delicious. And if you add flour and sugar all to the mix together, you can make a cake. This person is interesting. So her combo is an egg? Okay, yeah, I remember the Aoi one. How do you make your locker combo egg? Also, blood, because there's one right around the... No, it lied to me. Now you trick me? Where is it? I don't like this. Whatever. Ayumi. No. She said her favorite thing was egg. Why? Chi? Why would it be an... Hang on, because now those two are like throwing me off. I decided to make the combo for my locker something I love. You can poach it, fry it, and even boil it. No matter what, it always comes out delicious. And if you add flour and sugar to the mix all together, you can make cake. So it's egg. But how do you translate egg into numbers? Sato gave me a note from the girls that... Sato, it's 84 times 4 written on it. Do you know what that means? Baka. Don't know how the star gets a K. It gets times, but whatever. So you know, stupid. Girl code is based off the alphabet. Basically, you just switch the letters with numbers and symbols that look like them. So Sato would be 54 plus 06. 5 looks like an S, 4 looks like an A, right? And the plus is a T, and the O is 0 because they're basically the same shape. 6 doesn't really look like it, but apparently it's a U. So for my name, Yoshida, it would be X0174. Oh, how I wish I could just climb inside his locker and drown in his smell. I can't believe his combination is the same as his name. Aoi, that's so cute of him, using his name as a code. Happen to find out Suka's locker combination. What am I supposed to do? Congratulations to track and field club member Suga Yosei on winning a 100-meter dash at a prefectural meet. Okay, so how do I translate egg into numbers? Is it 9? No, it wouldn't be. Lowercase. So then uppercase would be... Please, 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 never make your locker combo just egg. I don't care how much you like fried eggs. Don't do that. It's stupid. That is so... That's so... Put the one in the door frame. She's... Fuck. She's in the wall. She got me on 2 different ways. Do it. Do it, coward. Whatever. Baka. Okay, now I can get out of here. That's probably one of the nastier sneak attacks that they've done on me in a
な
while.
らさ、私と二人で新しい宇宙戦争を始めようよ。柊君が望むなら相棒の役でも悪の女幹部の役でもいいんだよ。
Maybe some femme fatale.
鍵見つけたぞ。
Whatever.
おかえり。面倒をかけたな。
Yeah. These are all conversations that they're having after Hinako's gone.
相棒も休めよ。俺たち先に
Literally
休んだから。
gone.
休みなよ。私と柊君で寝ずの番をしててあげるから。
いや、私は本当に大丈夫。
ひなこ、休めよ。あとは俺たちが見張っておくから。
おやすみ、ひなこ。 でもさ、柊君もああいうの好きでしょ。
興味ねえよ。
Whatever. Okay, theoretically the longest chapter.
君に命を救われ
Saved my life.
魂を奪われた私だ。
That's you being presumptuous again.
君の魂を救い古き君の命を奪おう。
That's why you want to be only seen with the fox mask. This still makes me so
まだ休ん
uncomfortable.
でいるといい。
起きられます。
辛い儀式だったろう。よく耐えた。よく頑張ってくれたね、ひなこ。
So gross.
さあ、先に進もう。
He's so gross, it makes me want to scream. I can recognize that he's not entirely malicious, but that does not exempt him of the faults that he's responsible for. He's still gross and makes me uncomfortable. Down the path.
美しい腕だね。血潮さえ美しい。
ありがとうございます。
Go down the right way first, because I remember, because that's the only one that like really throws me off.
くかな。
Her room's really cute too. How am I? Whatever. I'm only 100 off. I'll figure it out. 1, 2. Give me the other Omamori. I hear it. I'm not looking, but I hear it. Sprinting in fights greatly decreases when using charge attacks. Something don't need. This damage when using weapons high durability. Do not need. Perfect dodges become easier to perform. Let's do that. Because that works. That ties incredibly well into. This is only gonna make me feel worse. It's great that this part of the game also continuously makes me, like, feel really gross. Hi, Alina. Came in at a great time. And you're absolutely right. Your games are peak. I don't need to open this door. Do I? I might have to. Let me... Hang on. I need to, like, double check really quick if I need to open this door or not. I think I do. No, because that's open. But if I flip that... Yeah, because the only thing I'm doing is opening that. So I'm just making this loop. Hi. You shouldn't be up. Okay. So yeah, how was the... You don't want to ask about the arm. How was the rhythm game? And presumably the other Yuri game you played. Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah, there's a story to the arm. There's a story to the arm, don't worry. Okay, yeah, because that's open, so now I can go and do this. That's the one that's free. Yeah, because I was... Oh, that's a lot faster than I thought it was. There's no up scroll on it though, so I wound up mirroring my monitor for most of the screen or play it decently. Those are not cat ears. It is a not built for playing with arrow keys. It is a fox mask. Very unfortunately. I'm surprised you noticed the arm and the ears before the giant gash in her back. Hey, Mr. Rabbit, guess what? I heard Hinako's gonna go somewhere far, far away, and she might never come back. I'm so alone and sad. No, no frowns allowed. It's a good thing. I gotta smile as I say goodbye to Hinako. Tomorrow I'm gonna show Hinako my biggest, widest grin when I tell her how happy I am for her. This girl, it's not that great. They do, but the gash is more of a branding. Oh my god. That's why it's fun. Half of my health. Do not have the sanity for this. That crying that crying Sakuko. This is so bad. I need space. Playing on Lost in Shadow, it drastically changes how these fights, Lost in Fog, drastically changes how these fights work. No, we're super deep into the new game stuff anyway. No, that's a family insignia that is branded into her back. That was used. There was a very very large branding used for it. The arm is not what her arm turned into. She was forced to cleave off her right arm, and this arm was forcibly given to her. The mask is not something she's wearing to be cute either. As you can see, there's stitches that go into her face because the top part of her face was cut off, which explains the design for one of the other monsters later on. It is not cute. These are all Sakuko's diaries. I had a strange dream last night. In it, a god appeared before me and commanded me to restore Senensugi's shrine to its former glory. I had a strange dream today. In it, someone told me that I mustn't restore Senensugi's shrine. They must be revelations from opposing gods. But I already know my answer, because my dream is to restore Senensugi's shrine too. The god who spoke to me yesterday said that there is an evil deity who has robbed them of their shrine. The god who spoke to me today said that the shrine has been used to worship an evil being, causing it to fall out of use. If I'm going to be forced to make a choice, then put my trust in a god who visited me yesterday. However, when I told the god from today that, he said this. The handwriting here looks nothing like Sakuko's. Foolish maiden, you wish to serve a malevolent god. I shall crush that empty head of yours. Foul spirit who is here. Not only was Sakuko right, she was actively protecting me. That's why she had to die first. So, that thing that I really like about being able to play a game multiple times or enjoy a piece of media multiple times. Oh, by the way, I got the UFO ending. I'm not explaining. That thing I like about being able to play a game multiple times and like figure out more as things go on. There's certain notes and certain story elements that you only get on your repeat playthrough. To say they add context is putting it extremely mildly. Oh, cool. I get the suffer already. So. She must face opposite in pair. Yeah, whatever. I hate this. So. Oh, I have to. No, because you're the wrong way. That poor girl in there. She got bullied a lot, and on top of that, this game takes place in 1960s Japan. And one of the notes that I got. One of the notes I got is a doctor's note. You know what? I'll read it because I hate it. It's a letter that you find in her. It's a letter that you find in her mailbox. Where is it? This has also been the first game in a while where I've consistently been reading through a lot of the notes. Yeah, that's all of it. Prefectural University Hospital, Department of Psychiatry, Mrs. Igarashi. Test results. We have now compiled the test results for Igarashi Sakuko below. 1. Results. No abnormalities found. 2. Observation. Shows characteristics of mild autism. All other test results were within normal range. 3. Notes. It is not unusual for pubescent children to claim that they can see and hear things that are not real. As they mature, these issues tend to resolve themselves on their own, so I believe there is no need for concern. Regarding her fear of the dark, her response is proper and natural. Continuing to scold her may only worsen her condition. Please, do not trouble yourself over Sakuko. Simply raise her with love and affection, and let her mature at her own pace. And that's very important context for... Almost. for this next, for this part. I have to pull that other one up a little bit more. Oh, you have to... Oh, you alternate them. Okay, cool. Each time I've done this part has made me die even more on the inside. Each time this gets harder. Tane, after bidding farewell to Sakako, it seems to be able to open a door somewhere, and it's much bigger than a normal key, as if it was made for some huge creature to use. Also, hi Vice, thank you for the raid. After each of these, it changes the art. It feels like December very consistently has just been the I'm gonna play games that make me feel awful month. And it's just been constantly going and getting worse. Which is really something considering that I've been only playing this on Friday, and each time I play it, it makes me feel worse. Yeah, hi Vice. I'm on New Game Plus 3. If that is any type of warning or whatever, since I know you're also working your way through this.
Rather cute, aren't you?
I'm not feeling really cute right now, especially not with this part.
Hinako, 今日は一段と綺麗だね。
Rather cute, aren't you?
This hurts. That's not gonna have the impact on me that you think it is. Yes, I have chamomile tea.